We are live now.
Thank you very much. You're with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee on May 27th, Thursday. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence, and I am the Senate Chair of the committee. I represent Southern York County, the towns of Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, South Berwick, and half of Berwick. And with me today are some of the other members of the committee. Everybody is stretched right out straight right now as we try to finish up things in this legislative session. So people will be jumping in and out of committees. So we won't necessarily always have a full complement here of our members. But I'm going to go around the virtual horseshoe and ask people to introduce themselves. And I'll start off with our House Republican lead, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Wadsworth, and I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
Next, I'll go to Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster. I represent District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Garland, Exeter, Stetson, and Charleston.
Representative Wood.
Good morning, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning, I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Grohowski.
Good morning, Representative Nicole Verhowski. I serve the people of Ellsworth and Trenton in House District 132.
Representative Stewart.
Morning, folks. Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, 51 communities in Southern Aroostook and Northern Penobscot counties, including the lovely town of New Limerick.
Sorry, I did say Representative, I should have said Senate lead, Trey Stewart. Representative Kessler.
Good morning. I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I reside in Winterport.
Representative Carlo.
Good morning. I'm Representative Carlo, representing District 16, which is all of Hollis, part of Buxton, and part of Saco. Driving to the Capitol right now, so I'll be with you physically soon.
Great, thank you. So the format for this morning is we've been pushing people to say what are things that we want to work by the end of this session, what are things we want to carry over, and what things are there not really support for in legislation. We have about 45 bills left in our committee, which is incredible when we think about it, for us to get done this session. And we need to start separating the wheat from the shaft. So we're going to be going through first the bills that we believe there's not going to be enough support to carry over or to work on this session, that we just need to dispense with quickly. So with that, I'm just going to start picking bills, and we can start with LD 933. This is an act to facilitate expansion of broadband to underserved areas of the state. And this is Representative Berry's bill. He's not here right now, but I believe he understands that there is not support for this bill. So I'll accept any motion from the committee. Representative Ziegler.
I move ought not to pass.
And seconded by Representative Wadsworth. Any debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, if you could call the roll.
All right, so the motion is ought not to pass for LD 933, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in favor with 3 absences.
So the motion ought not to pass carries. The next one I'll bring up before the committee is LD 83, an act to clarify the meaning of underserved area within the state broadband service laws. This is Representative Reisman's bill. And I understand from both caucuses that there's not real support for this bill. So I'll accept a motion. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move on not to pass.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Senator Stewart, seconds. Any debate or discussion? Seeing none, Jordan, I'll ask you to call the roll.
All right, so the motion is ought not to pass for LD 83. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry. Representative Barry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo. Representative Carlo, I don't know if
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in favor with 3 absences.
Great. So that motion prevails. Next, we'll go on to LD 1707, an act to increase transparency on cable and internet and other communication services prices increases. And it's President Jackson's bill. And my understanding in going around our committee, and I think from the other side, there's not a real support for this. So I will look for a motion. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move on not to pass.
And is there a second? Seconded by Senator Stewart. Any debate or discussion? Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
All right, so the motion is ought not to pass for LD 1707. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry. Representative Barry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler. Representative Ziegler is absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 9 in favor with 4 absences, I believe.
Great.
Oh.
So the motion prevails. I'm sorry, Representative Ziegler.
And Seth will like this. I lost power just a few minutes ago. So you just ended it. Can I say also
Yep.
yes?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes.
Jordan, do you have that vote?
Yep. Representative Ziegler is a yes.
So it's 10-0, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the motion prevails. Okay, and then I'm just gonna, for the purposes of discussion, since we're on broadband, I'm just gonna turn to Senator Stewart's bill and act to create needed broadband infrastructure in rural Maine through the establishment of a satellite-based broadband grant program. Senator, did you want to talk about this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the chairs and leads meeting this morning, we briefly went over this bill, and the senator informed me that the sort of general position was that this would be included in the bills to just vote ought not to pass, which we certainly could do that today. I personally, I would like to see this bill carried over if it's possible to do that, and continue to work it into the next session. This would be a personal, priority of mine. And if the committee would indulge me in that, certainly appreciate it. I don't know where we are at in terms of total carryover bills, and maybe that's something we should go over at some point soon today. But this would certainly be one that from the Republican perspective, we would like to see carried over if it's of the interest within the committee.
So your request is that we save it for our carryover discussions?
Yes, and I don't know procedurally if we need to even do anything at this point, or if we just wait and then bring it up later when we are.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask people does anybody object just to not bringing this up now and saving it for our carryover discussions? We can act on it at that time. If the committee wants to ought not to pass it at that time, we can do it. If the committee wants to carry it over, they can make that decision at that time. Is everybody comfortable with that? That's okay? Good. That sounds good. In deference to Senator Stewart's bill, and he wants to make his case on this. So that kind of takes us through, I believe it is 3 ought not to passes. Is that right? Is that right, Jordan? Have we dealt with 3 bills?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Then we'll start going on with other bills. These deal more with the bills, not in broadband, but more with the electricity sector. So we'll go to, we had a concept draft from Representative Warren, and this is LD 918, and certainly the sentiment from our side of the aisle was there were many good ideas brought up, but there's just not time to deal with in this session, and we have many bills to carry over, so there was not an interest in trying to work this bill at this time, but to keep in mind the concept she had brought out. So I'll entertain any motion on this. Representative Wadsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass. Is there a second? Representative Ziegler, seconds. Any debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, you can call the roll.
All right. So the motion was ought not to pass for LD 918. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli is in the attendees list. We'll move to Senator Stewart while Senator Vitelli is being beamed over.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Senator Vitelli, are you there?
I am here and I vote yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Representative Barry? Representative Barry is absent. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 11 in favor of the motion, none against, and 2 absences.
Great, motion prevails. And we have some, I'm going to take a second since we have some new people who have come into our Zoom. I'm just going to ask them to introduce themselves. Senator Vitelli, why don't we start with you?
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and Dresden and Lincoln County. Pleased to be with you this morning.
Ziegler, had I had you introduce yourself?
You did, and you just forgot
Okay.
that
Okay. I apologize. Representative Cuddy, have you introduced yourself yet? He may be jumping away to another committee, so we'll get him when he comes back. And Representative Kessler, did I have you introduce yourself?
Yes, you already did.
Okay, good. So when Representative Cuddy comes back, I think he's the only one I missed. So I'll have him introduce himself. We continue on with our bills we're dealing with now, and we'll go on to an act to protect LD 285, an act to protect utility customers from investor risk for cost incurred due to a disaster. This is Representative Berry's bill. And again, this is one that there wasn't any real support indicated for on our end. And I'll accept any motion from the committee. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move on not to pass.
Is there a second? Senator Stewart, seconds. Any debate or discussion? Okay, if you can call the roll, Jordan, that would be great.
So the motion is ought not to pass for LD 285. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry. Representative Berry is absent. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in support of the motion, none against, and 3 absences.
So I'll declare the motion ought not to pass prevails. We'll continue on, and I believe the next one is LD 1288. And I don't remember whose bill this was, but why don't you, Jordan, if you could just read the title, if you have it. Or if anybody has the title.
LD 1288 is an act regarding interconnectivity of small electric distributed generation resources.
And who is the sponsor?
I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's the bill, and there was consent. I'm sorry, Dan?
It's Representative Kinney's.
Okay, thank you. And I'll entertain a motion at this time from anyone. Anyone? Representative Grahowski.
I move ought not to pass.
It's been moved ought not to pass, seconded by Senator Stewart. Any debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, you can call the roll.
The motion was ought not to pass for LD 1288. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry. Representative Berry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth. Representative Wadsworth is absent. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in favor of the motion with none opposed and 3 absences.
Great. So the motion prevails. I'm just continuing to look at my list. I think the next one I have is LD 1435. Have we dealt with that one yet? I don't believe so. And if you could just read the title and the sponsor, either Dan or Jordan.
LD 1435 is an act regarding the solicitation of contracts for distributed resources that use renewable energy, and it's Representative Foster's bill.
Great. And is there any motion on that? Representative Foster? Oh, we can't hear you. Sorry, we still can't hear you, Steve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I would not put forward a motion at this time, but I would ask, is this the only bill that would be considered dealing with net energy billing that we're looking at this morning? I know that there are several of those still pending. And
Yep.
I guess if that's the case, I would ask that this be held until we address all of the net energy billing bills that we have before us.
So you want this with leave of the committee just to be considered as part of our potential carryovers or when we do all the net energy billing bills?
Yes, if that's possible. I would think that we would want to leave all options open when we have that discussion. Thank you.
Okay. So anybody on the committee object to that, to put this in the carryover or the look at list when NEB comes back? Okay, we'll do that. And then I believe we've discussed with leadership 1202, which is Representative Wadsworth bill, and Representative Wadsworth would like to have this considered as part of the carryovers. So I won't be taking that up right now till we have a chance to caucus. We go on to LD 989. And if somebody could read the title and the sponsor, that would be great.
LD 989 is an act regarding the procurement of renewable natural gas by gas utilities, and it's Senator Sanborn's bill.
Any debater, any motions on this? Representative Cuddy.
I make a motion of ought not to pass.
It's been moved, ought not passed by Representative Cuddy, seconded by Representative Foster. Any debate or discussion? Okay, why don't you call the roll, Jordan?
The motion is ought not to pass for LD 989. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry. Representative Barry is absent. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth. Representative Wadsworth. Representative Wadsworth is absent. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes, and Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in favor of the motion, none against, and 3 absences.
Right, so the motion prevails. Next, we'll go on to LD 634. And if somebody could read the title and the sponsor, that would be great.
LD 634 is an act to cap the value of contracts for renewable resources and distributed generation resources, and it's Senator Stewart's bill.
Okay, Senator Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sort of along the same line of thinking with Representative Foster's position on the net energy billing. I mean, this deals with the same issue. Do we want to wait on this one until we figure that out?
It's up to you. What I can do in the interim is ask Deirdre to give us a list of the net energy billing bills. And I think at this point, we ought to think about picking 1 or 2 vehicles and maybe keeping them alive in between, myself, either Nicole or Seth, you, Senator Stewart, and you, Representative Foster. Maybe during the break, we can decide maybe the 1 or 2 we want to keep alive.
Sure, that sounds good.
Okay, great. Okay, then we go on to my bill, which is LD 9. And why don't you read the title of that, Jordan?
Yep. LD 9 is an act to promote renewable energy by authorizing a power to fuel pilot program. And it is Senator Lawrence's bill.
So on this one, and we discussed it in our caucus, and I think if I remember from all the hearings, there was a lot of questions, not a lot of support, things like that. My request for the committee would be that if we're going to ought not to pass it, I think there is a bill that Senator Vitelli has dealing with storage, and that we do a letter with this to the PUC that we'd like this to be considered as one of the storage options when the PUC deals with storage. So I guess I would be comfortable with an ought not to pass if the committee isn't comfortable with a letter to that effect. Senator Vitelli?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I just wanted to say that I am in support of that effort. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Any other thoughts from the committee? Representative Wadsworth?
Actually, Rep Foster's hand up was for me, so I'll defer to him, actually.
Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought not to pass on LD 9.
And are you, let me ask, well, first, let me get a second. So is there a second to that? Second by Representative Ziegler. And let me ask Representative Foster, are you comfortable with a letter like that?
Yes, I think I would be once I find out what that letter contains for
Okay, good.
information. Sure.
Great, thank you. Any further debate or discussion? Seeing none, why don't we call the roll?
Sorry, I was beaming Representative Barry over. So the motion is ought not to pass for LD 9, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry, if you're there.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 12 in favor, with 1 absent.
Great, so I'll declare the motion prevails, and I just asked Representative Cuddy, I don't believe I've asked you to introduce yourself, so why don't you go ahead?
I did introduce myself, but I know I'm
You
not
did.
a particularly memorable individual. So, but I.
That's
I
okay, then I'll go on to Representative Berry, who I know hasn't introduced himself.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Seth Berry, House District 55, Bodenham, most of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec.
And Representative Berry is the House Chair of the EUT committee.
Except when I'm not present.
So, moving right along, I'm just trying to see what else we got. I think that's Representative Berry or maybe Nicole. Do you see anything else that was indicated from our caucus potentially as an ought not to pass? And I'll just ask Dan Tartikoff has his hand up right now. Dan?
In the group that we specifically advertised this morning, the only other one was LD 848. It's a concept draft from Representative Collmore.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over that one. Yes. Let's go ahead with that one. So LD 848, and if somebody could read the title.
LD 848 is an act to increase high-speed internet to rural Maine, and it's Representative Collmore's bill.
Any debate or discussion? Or I'm sorry, is there a motion? Representative Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sentiment behind the bill, but I think there are other pieces of legislation that will meet the need, and I'll therefore move the bill ought not to pass.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Representative Cuddy? Any debate or discussion? Okay, why don't you call the roll, Jordan?
So the motion was ought not to pass for LD 848. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart?
Sorry about that. Couldn't find the unmute button. Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon? Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo?
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 12 in favor of the motion with none opposed and 1 absent.
Great, so that motion prevails. So is that a total of 9 or 10, Dan, we did?
I think it's 9 ought not to passes.
Okay, great. So that's a start, everyone. Congratulations. And we're now down to 34 plus bills still before us. We're going to be taking a break, at which time I'm going to ask if the Republican caucus could indicate to us which are their carryovers, and get yourself together and just discuss that and come back to us with your proposed carryovers. When we come back, I think we will be ready to start on a few of the broadband bills. I think 1219, Representative Berry has an amendment he's ready to go forward with. And I think on 1432, he also has an amendment. I'll have Representative Berry check with Representative Talbot Ross on her bill, LD 1555, what we want to do with that. And Representative Kessler, do you think you might be ready on your LD 920 when we come back?
I think we could.
Good. And just so you know, we're kind of doing things as Dan described it, old style today. Used to be back years ago in the legislature, we didn't have to have drafted up amendments. We'd have people verbally do their amendments, and then we would draft them up and take a look at the language later. So today we'll be kind of going through old styles. So if people have bills that they may be ready to do old style, that they can describe their amendment sufficient enough for people to vote on, then we'll go ahead and have a vote and look at the language after that. I'd also request that we go over, both caucuses go over the other bills relating to electricity and see what bills we think we're ready to do, we're ready to go forward with, so we can get rid of those, and what bills we need a more substantial caucus on. So we can begin to move some through that we're ready to decide. And I will get Deirdre to provide us with hopefully a list of the NEB bills, and we'll have a discussion between the 4 members of the subcommittee to decide keeping 1 or 2 of those bills. And hopefully we'll be able to come back and set a few bills before us and get some done. And the last thing is on the kind of the larger broadband bill that Senator Bennett brought forward. He's available at 2 o'clock, so our plan is to do that at 2 o'clock. Are there questions? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking for some clarity on specifically which ones are the electricity bills. I'm looking through the couple attachments that I've gotten from Deirdre before. Maybe Deirdre could email us or remind us just what the electricity bills are.
I think she has a list. And I think at the time of our caucus, Deirdre, you provided us with a list, which we called sheet 1. And I think that's the list they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the list I sent, I think you broke it down. The list includes everything that's left. I don't have it broken down by electricity versus broadband, other things, but I might be able to pull that together pretty quickly.
Okay.
And I also wanted to note that I did send an email out to the committee a few minutes ago with the bills that are specifically net energy billing or may be implicated by the net energy billing conversation, that maybe not specifically amend 3209A, but have maybe some implications in that conversation. So that email with a quick summary of those bills has been sent.
So thank you very much. Efficient as usual. And we will discuss that during our break. How long do people feel they need for break? Nate, Trey, how long do you think you need? Nathan?
10:30 probably would be sufficient for us.
That works.
That's fine for us. That works. Seth, does that work for us?
I'm going to suggest 10:45.
10:45?
We take longer. Yeah.
Do I hear 11? I'm kidding. Okay, let's do 10:45 and do as much constructive work as you can with the idea we come back and start getting some of these things moved along. Okay, if you could mute yourself and turn your video off, and thank you for your work. Okay, how many do we have back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sounds good. So we've been busily trying to figure out what we can address and what we're ready to address. And I think we're ready to address a few of the bills dealing with broadband. And are we ready on Representative Tools Bill 1219? Seth?
I am ready. I think Mr. Tartikoff may or may not be. I just sent him an email with a slight adjustment to language that he sent me. He's been very responsive, which I appreciate, but just want to confirm that he's available and able to work this bill at this time.
And remember, it was Dan who said we could do things on the fly, so, and he could keep up. So I'm holding you to that, Dan. So do you want to explain what your amendment is, or do you want to have Dan explain it and then you?
Why don't I explain it while he's looking at the language? I think he understands the intent, but LD 1219, as folks may recall, is a bill to create a single poll administrator. The idea being to kind of unify the poll attachment and make ready activity, make sure that there's sort of a single repository of information regarding what is on the polls around the state, poll attachment being very important for broadband generally in the state. I'm very excited about this bill. I think it has a lot of potential to move us forward, especially combined with some of the work that the PUC has been doing lately on Make Ready in general, and combined with some other bills we'll be working later today. So I'd like to see it move forward. There was one piece that I flagged for Dan, and this is where the amendment would come in, regarding the potential for conflicts of interest, and wanted to make sure that we kind of prevent that. So what the amendment seeks to do is to simply ensure that the poll attachment business, presumably it's a business, that would have the sole contract for all poll administration in the state, would not be conflicted in any way, would not have ownership of or serve as a board member of, for example, any poll owner or poll attacher that would potentially cause a conflict of interest. So that's really all that the amendment would seek to do. Dan, Dan had sent me language earlier. Sorry, Dan, for not getting back to you sooner on that. I think what Dan had suggested for language was perfect, except that it didn't necessarily contemplate this new main connectivity authority that we're creating. And Dan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wanted to make sure that the main connectivity authority, if it is created, is also a piece of that. So it's really, to prevent conflict with not just utilities and retail telecom providers, but just poll owners and poll attachers generally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I certainly understand it. I don't know if everyone else does, though. I can draft the amendment for you.
Okay, I'm going to restate it, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Dan. All that we would be doing is saying that you can't, you don't get the contract for this single poll administrator, which is presumably a big and lucrative contract, unless you have no conflict of interest with respect to other entities that may own polls or may attach to polls as part of their business model. So that's all I'm offering up. Dan, can you tell me if that amendment is clear to you for the purpose of drafting and coming back to us with a language review?
So the way I read the language you sent me was essentially to say this new third-party administrator cannot have as a board member or employee someone who's associated with a pole owner. And those that are pole owners can't be associated with this third-party administrator.
Pole owners. So I think we want to add and attachers. Like if I am, if I run a internet service provider that does not own poles, a CLEC, and I attach to poles for the purpose of providing internet service or other service, I too should be excluded from being the single pole administrator.
Got it. Essentially joint use entities.
Thank you. That is the phrase I was looking for.
And I'm taking that as a motion, Representative Barry.
That is a motion.
Is there a second to Representative Barry's motion? Representative Ziegler, seconds. Any debate or discussion? Representative Wadsworth. Whoops, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Unless it's been changed, and I didn't realize it, this bill, the PUC will look at this with stakeholders and come up with a proposal, and which will then come back to us, the committee, to determine if that's the way we want to go and how that will be structured by reporting out another bill in succession to this one. Is that correct?
Did you get that, Representative Barry, or do you want him to repeat that question?
I didn't quite, but could Dan answer that?
Right. So the proposed change would be, if you have the bill handy, it would be to that sub 1 under section 1, describing how the framework would be set up. And so this is simply having PUC develop that framework and bring it back. So if they were to develop a framework that included the restrictions Representative Barry described and the committee decided they didn't like those restrictions and wanted to get rid of them, they could in reporting out a bill. So this is just directing the development of that framework.
Thank you.
Any Representative Wadsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not crazy about the addition of this amendment. It seems like there could be some cost efficiencies to maybe some IOUs that own the poles right now. And I guess I don't know why we need that on at this time. You know, maybe that could be something that we would put on this bill next spring after PUC has worked it.
Representative Barry, do you want to respond or?
I just think that the possibility of conflicts of interest is too great to ignore, and we need to make sure that we're clear up front that we need this to be a fully unconflicted, non-discriminatory poll attacher or poll administrator, excuse me.
Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. Maybe I've missed something, but it seems like that was the intent of the original resolve to some extent. And I think Representative Barry is sort of fleshing it out a little more, because it says a framework for ensuring that third-party administrators do not own and are not affiliated with any entity that provides retail communication services in the state. So I think you just sort of broaden that. And I don't know if you've checked with the bill sponsor, but it feels to me like his intent was we're looking for somebody who's not conflicted. And maybe he didn't know all the nuances of, I mean, as we just learned, all the phrases and ways we have joint use and blah, blah, blah.
Any other debate or discussion? Dan, you want something you wanted to add?
Well, so I don't know if this was specifically the intent, but the bill refers to a retail telecommunications service provider, which, unless I'm misunderstanding, that would not include any T&D And I understand a lot of poles are owned by CMP or Versant. So I think that is certainly something I believe Representative Berry wanted to capture. And then this last clarification to ensure that if this new main connectivity authority were to own poles, that would be included as well.
That's right.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will just make a statement that I think that even with Representative Berry's amendment, we can count on the PUC to come back and tell us if, in fact, there is cost savings to be realized if they find that someone from the utilities could be involved. So obviously we could look at that time, but that's just my opinion.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Berry.
I just want to concur with that statement. I agree.
Any other debate or discussion? Are we ready to vote? I just want to make sure we all on the committee would be able to have the title of Pole Administrator of Maine. I think that would be a great title to have. Okay, Jordan, why don't you call the vote?
Okay, so I had a motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 1219, I believe. Just confirming that was correct.
Yes.
All right, so we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 10 in favor of the motion with none opposed and 3 absences.
Great. And so the motion prevails. Representative Berry, are you also ready on 1432, the gigabyte one? Okay, so I'll lay that before the committee, LD 1432, an act to update the municipal gigabyte broadband network access fund. And I'll recognize Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe that my motion on this one will simply be ought to pass. This is an important opportunity to move forward with higher speed networks as this fund originally envisioned when it was created, but it's just been too restrictive in the past the way it's worded. So opening it up, creating that opportunity, I think will be important, and it's an opportune time to do that with the additional funding that's coming in. So I'm hoping that we can just move forward. And again, the motion is ought to pass.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Ziegler. Debate or discussion? Yes, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our caucus, I was going back through the testimony, and I see that the Telecommunications Association of Maine is opposing this because it could lead to overbuilding of networks, and so I'll be opposing this because of that reason.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Berry.
I do appreciate that perspective, and I just want to say it, hear it loud and clear. My view about overbuilding is that it really is competition. That what we're doing is creating the possibility for competition, because in so many parts of the state there's only one provider, and that really creates problems. So I believe in competition. I think we all do at some level, and we may not agree on how to move forward with this bill, but the goal here, from my perspective, is to create more opportunity for competition.
Any other debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
All right, so the motion was ought to pass on LD 1432, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo.
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. Is there a motion to go along with the opposition at this time?
I guess ought not to pass.
And did Senator Stewart have an opportunity to record his vote?
He didn't at the time, but he's back now.
I apologize. I stepped away for just a second. I'll be voting no.
Senator Stewart is a no. That is 6 in favor with 4 opposed and 3 absences.
Okay. And then Representative Kessler, are you ready on LD 920?
Ready as I'll ever be, Senator.
Good. I'll give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So just wanted to give a broad update of some of the changes that have been made to the bill so far. Please just bear with me for about 1 minute while I bring things up on my web browser. I know we've been waiting a lot today, so my apologies. So the greatest concern that I heard across the board was that the 5% franchise fee across the board statewide would be too much of a cost to bear if the cable companies and others would pass that through to their customers. And so that is a concern that CTAM felt okay with excluding the mandatory 5% from the bill. Let municipalities determine themselves whether or not they want to institute a franchise fee or not. And we have a range of percentages across the state at this moment. So that part would be taken out from the bill. There was also the heart of the bill here is about PUC oversight of the statewide franchise process. And in discussions with the PUC, they had determined they wanted to make clear that they were not going to be handling consumer complaints, because they thought that, if that were the case, they would need as many staff as they need to handle complaints from our electric utilities. So that the consumer complaint aspect will still be going through the usual channels, the AG's office and the Office of the Public Advocate, but the PUC oversight position would purely have to do with statewide franchises. And so they predicted they would need about 4 positions for that. Doing the rough math of existing cable customers right now, plus including those companies that would be included under the definition of video service provider, the monthly pass-through to the customer would be less than 5 cents per month. So when it comes to just making sure that those franchise agreements are advantageous to municipalities and that they are being followed through on, I believe that is an excellent price for oversight in helping our municipalities. So just making sure that the positions are for that statewide franchise oversight, or that franchise oversight, still keeping in the other consumer aspect, consumer protection aspects of the bill. And Dan, if you could please assist us, there were a couple other amendments that we had made earlier on that were some smaller tweaks, and I was just wondering if you could help run through those with the committee.
So I guess if we start at the last meeting rather than going all the way back to the beginning,
sure.
There was discussion of addressing some ambiguity concerns in the definition of video service provider. And I know there was a coalition of bill opponents that proposed one option, and then Tony Vigu proposed another option. And I don't believe there was any resolution to that question.
Okay, so there was an amendment that we were all working off of. The most recent version that you had, Dan.
The one I actually prepared for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't address that definition question, but it did change the definition of PEG facility equipment to PEG transmission facility equipment.
Okay.
What else did it do? It removed the video service regulatory surcharge. Did you want me to pause that for each one, or?
Right. So for the first one that you had just described, making sure that when it comes to what the cable company would be responsible for is that transmission equipment itself. Nothing that is, extra equipment inside the facility, but purely the ones that have been under the assumption that has been the responsibility of the cable company already. So just making that more clearly defined in the law.
So the next change was removing the video service regulatory surcharge, as it was called in the original bill, which was a subscriber fee.
Yep. So that one, because the PUC is already able to levy a fee, that was just deemed not necessary to have in the language.
So there's a number of, I guess I would say, technical changes where the term cable television was used instead of video service. In reference to your prior comment regarding the PUC's ability to assess that charge, that is something that was actually added in the amendment, which was to amend the definition of public utility in Title 35A to include a video service provider based on that same definition that was included in Title 30A. I understand that one of the main intents of that was to allow the PUC to assess a video service provider to cover PUC costs in the same manner that it does other public utilities. But I believe I noted for the committee at a prior work session that the definition of public utility that is amended to add video service provider has a lot more implications than just the assessment.
Okay, can you please bring up the bill for that section of the bill so we can see it on the screen?
That's actually just in the amendment. Did you want me to bring up the amendment?
Yes, please.
So this was we called amendment number 2, I think. And here is a new section 28. The definition of public utility in Title 35A is amended to add video service provider. And as I described a minute ago, there was still some arguing going on over what the scope of that definition is and how it should be phrased. But it cross-references that definition in Title 30A. And then it amends Section 116 of 35A to include video service providers as an entity that is subject to an assessment on its intrastate gross operating revenues to produce sufficient revenues for expenditures allocated by the legislature for the PUC. That's that change.
Okay. Yeah, and at the core of this is that we wanted to make sure that that we weren't going to be in violation of the Federal Cable Act. And so when it comes to the actual oversight part of the PUC, this is something that that CTAM has spent a lot of time bouncing back and forth between their local and federal legal staff. We feel pretty confident that this is defensible. We have met with the AG's office and they also felt that this was defensible. And so, and there are also a handful of other states that have this oversight function built in. So that's all I have to say about that aspect of the bill.
Anything else on your amendment?
Dan, I believe there was just some clarification about, because there was some confusion about whether or not the Netflixes of the world were going to get brought into the fold. And so there was a tweak in the language sent 511. Do you have that?
Sent from whom?
Just bear with me, folks.
Because the last I recall, there was a CTAM proposal and then there was a different proposal. And I don't think there was an agreement between those two sides. There was a different proposal from a number of bill opponents, including the Motion Picture Association.
Okay. So may I share my screen, please? Mr. Chair?
Yes, you can. Jordan, you would have to allow him to do that. I don't have the power.
He should be able to do that as is.
Okay. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the other technical tweak is making sure that the definition of video service provider means any person that both sells in the state access to video, audio, or computer generated or computer augmented entertainment services, and either directly or through one or more affiliates owns or operates facilities in whole or in part in the public rights of way that are used to provide such services. And the other tweak down below being a provider of internet access service according to federal code and with respect to its provision of internet access service. So one of the main concerns being that these companies have other affiliates that they're going to be offering streaming services through. So we want to make sure that you can't get around this particular aspect of oversight just because of the way that the legal entities are set up. So just making sure that it's clear that if you have those facilities in the right of way, and if through you or one of your affiliates you are offering those services, that you would be in there. So
Okay, anything else on your amendment?
that is all.
Okay, so I take it you're moving your amendment. Dan has a question. Dan?
So you also, as I mentioned before, you also all received a memo from that coalition group that recommended a different definition for video service provider. That is, it's different from what Representative Kessler offered, which was the CTAM definition. I just wanted to note that.
Okay, so you're making your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Berry. Debate or discussion? Representative Wadsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm confused here. So I guess this is directed at Dan. So our affiliates, would they be covered like HBO Max? It's affiliate of AT&T. So are they like covered under this bill, this amendment?
I'm not sure. I had that same question. I'm not sure what's meant by an affiliate.
Peacock's affiliated with Comcast, so
right. I did not draft that language. Presumably, if it's voted on today, I'll have to find a way to make it clear and make sense the best I can. But I have a number of questions about that definition as well.
Thank you.
Representative Kessler?
Yes. To answer your question, Representative Wadsworth, if they own facilities in the right of way and are using that right of way to sell other services like that, then yes, they would be included.
Representative Grochowski?
Just for my own clarity, it's that they're being included because they would have been included because they own property, right? I mean, we can't really differentiate. If a company has many parts to it, it's still the same whole company. What's sweeping them in is that they own infrastructure in our state, correct?
If, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Yes, go ahead.
If it's it's clearly if they are using those facilities, or if they are using the right of way to host their facilities, then they would be included. If they weren't, like if they had a tower on somebody's private property, then no.
Dan, there was something you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, just to be clear, the language suggests owns or operates, and I'm not sure what the scope of operates is, but I don't think it explicitly requires ownership in the amendment, the proposed language for video service provider that we're talking about.
Representative Barry?
So my understanding is that this definitional question, is being debated between the advocates for this bill and some in the industry, and that they have not reached agreement. I'm comfortable moving forward with the language that we have before us from the sponsor. I think he's worked on it very hard. I just want to say thank you also to Representative Kessler for taking this issue on. He didn't choose it. It chose him. And the committee chose him when we had this conversation last year. We asked the public advocate to take on a stakeholder process. That stakeholder process went forward. Representative Kessler participated at our request, and I will be voting for his amendment as he has presented it. I just want to say again, thank you to him for his hard work on it as well.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if briefly the sponsor could explain why the stakeholder group proposal is not acceptable. Thank you.
Representative Foster, pretty broadly, it was just not deemed in the best interest of municipalities when it came to what they were looking to have as a statewide franchise, and this is what I felt and what CTAM felt was going to be best for municipalities around the state. So,
thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Are we ready for the question? Doorkeepers will secure the Zoom. And Jordan, you can call the roll.
All right, so the motion was to pass as amended for LD 920. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart?
No.
Senator Stewart is a no. Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy? Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon? Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo?
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. Is there a motion to go along with the opposition?
The motion would be ought not to pass.
Thank you. That is
Okay. The motion prevails. What's the vote, Jordan?
it's 7 in favor, 4 against with 2 absences.
So the motion prevails. We'll go on to LD 720. This is a bill that fell through the technical cracks this year. It got misread referred to, not misreferred to, but misnoted in the computer system at which committee it was going to. So we never had a public hearing on this bill. This is LD 720, an act to provide funds to Aroostook County for broadband development. And my understanding is, Representative Berry, you have talked to the sponsor and he is requesting an ought not to pass at this point without a public hearing. And so I'll entertain that motion. Representative Berry?
That is correct, and that is my motion.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Kessler. Any debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
The motion is ought not to pass for LD 720, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 11 in favor, none opposed, and 2 absences.
Right, so the motion prevails. And then I believe we are set to take up 1555. And I don't think we have the sponsor here, but I'll just defer to Representative Berry for the purposes of making the motion. Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, as folks may recall, would dedicate funds to Connect Maine specifically for the purpose of meeting the needs among populations that are historically marginalized, low-income areas. I think it's a very important need in our state. There's been a lot of talk about the digital divide. We have seen people unable to access broadband either for cost reasons or by virtue of where they live, and unable to access telemedicine, unable to access educational services that they need, going to school, literally. It's often been those who are most in need who were most unable to access it. So I think it's a very important issue, and I'm going to move the bill ought to pass.
Is there a second to that motion? Representative Ziegler seconds. Debate or discussion? Seeing none, we'll go. I'm sorry, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we actually vote on this when we come back after lunch? That way we get a chance to caucus it in some other broadband bills. Is that possible?
I think that's possible. I'll recognize Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to table.
A motion to table. Is there a second? Representative Wadsworth. All those in favor, just a show of hands. Looks like it's unanimous. Okay. I'm just going to go and see if there's anything else we can do before we break to lunch. Give me a minute. I'm just going to scroll through and see. LD 1100. I think, are we ready to take that up, Representative Berry?
I'm ready.
Okay.
So
Why don't we just have a restatement of what the title and who the sponsor is?
Great. I'll let the analyst do that.
Yeah, we'll put Deirdre on the spot now since Dan is, all the pressure has been on him.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to come up just yet, so give me 1 second. LD 1100 is an act to support the continued access to solar energy and battery storage by Maine homes and business, and the sponsor is Senator Woodson.
Okay, Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this bill is modest, discreet, and deals with a very important issue that's faced by many of our smaller renewables developers here in Maine. I think it's urgent that the PUC address this issue, and I therefore move the bill ought to pass.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Grochowski. And did you also want to speak to it, Representative Grochowski? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for understanding my flailing hand up and down. I believe that Senator Woodson proposed some amended language in his testimony. Deirdre, would you be willing to clarify that for us? Because I think that I would want to make a friendly amendment.
You're going to need to give me a second to find that out, because this was just said that we were doing this today about a half an hour ago. So let me, I can look really quickly because I have the document up. Hold on. Sorry. He did in section 2 of the bill, subsection 1, ensure that the timeliness, let me just pull this up. I think it'll be easier for you to see it this way. Hold on. So in his testimony, the red line stuff is in here. So in 1, put timeliness, and then to offset the customer's electrical consumption, and that interconnection costs for these customers are limited to interconnection facility upgrades and do not include the cost of distribution upgrades. And then added a new number 3 to ensure dispute resolution processes for residential and non-residential interconnection customers are fair and efficient and do not place a disproportionate burden of technical expertise and cost on the customer. And I believe those are the only changes that I'm aware of based on what they've provided that's redlined.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Barry.
As usual, Representative Grochowski is absolutely correct, and my motion was made in error, so I'd like to amend the motion to be ought to pass as amended.
I would second that.
You would accept that friendly change
as
to the
my
motion?
second, yes.
Okay. And Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding from not only this bill, but other things that we've heard in committee is that basically the PUC will be looking at this issue as they consider our grid situation and modernization of that. I also don't believe that we've ever had any estimate on what effect this will have on ratepayer costs going forward. So I likely will oppose this motion. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Excuse me. Jordan, why don't you go ahead with the roll?
The motion is ought to pass as amended for LD 1100, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart? Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy? Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon? Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo?
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. Is there a motion to go along with the opposition?
I would suggest that my opposition motion would be to send a letter to the PUC directing them to make sure this is being included as part of their grid modernization inquiry that they're doing now, with findings to come back to the committee on this particular issue. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could record my vote as no, that would be great. I apologize, I stepped away.
Jordan, do you have that?
Yeah, I have Senator Stewart down as a no.
Okay. Okay, and let me take one more perusal. To see if I can find let's take a look at LD 347. And if you could just read the title of that, Deirdre.
Sure, I'll read it in a second. It's not my bill, so let me just pull it up.
I have it if we need it.
Jordan, why don't you read the title, and we've got Dan back.
Yeah. Oh, so LD 347 is an act to facilitate Maine's climate goals by encouraging use of electric vehicles, and it is Representative Grahowski's bill.
Okay, and are we ready to go forward on that? Does somebody want to make a motion? Representative Grahowski?
Before I do that, I'd just like to let the committee know that I received a draft back this morning that incorporated, I think, all of the changes that were required or requested by the full range of affected agencies and entities, but I quite honestly haven't had a chance to look at yet. I'm sure it's great, but I just wanted to let everybody know that there's an amendment that you have not seen, and it's not complex and it is consensus based, but maybe if Dan could just share it with us and we could all see it at the same time, then I think it would be ought to pass as amended. And I'm willing to make that motion, but I just wanted to let you know that that's where I'm at as the sponsor of this bill.
Do you want me to do that?
Please.
So I think we distributed a version of this a long time ago. Let me see, is this the right version? There's been a lot, it's been a lot of versions of it. Yeah, so you may recall there was a version distributed a while back that made a number of tweaks to the terminology and structure of the original bill. And that's what you see here. And for the most part, I believe there is not additional changes from that prior amendment, other than it's been expanded to reference non-residential applications of EV stations, including but not limited to light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, and transit or other fleet vehicles. I believe the changes about the rate schedule are the same. This isn't the most up-to-date version. Oh no, wait, it's down here, never mind. Sorry. I didn't think we were taking this up right now. There's a provision in here regarding revisions to an adopted alternative rate schedule. there was language added regarding the commission considering clean transportation recommendations under the state's climate plan, and then language about any executive order. I believe Representative Grochowski hasn't had a chance to review the draft that she got most recently, which from the governor's energy office, it was suggested to refer to any subsequent state report instead of any executive order, which I sort of objected to because it's very unclear. So I had another recommendation in terms of the language to include in that section, which I had proposed to Representative Grochowski, which was to say instead of in any executive order, to say in any report of any or recommendation of any state department or agency relating to clean transportation or electric vehicle infrastructure or use, so that we're not referring to any state report. The new portions of the amendment, which I don't think have been distributed yet, are changes to the electrical vehicle charging infrastructure fund under the Efficiency Main Trust. And the change here is to add language noting that the trust may expend funds received consistent with the allowable uses of and any criteria or limitations placed upon the expenditure of those funds by the sources. And as this was explained to me by Michael Stoddard, there are a number of funding streams that come into this fund or may come into this fund that have specific limitations on how those funds can be spent. And this is just a sort of cleanup that they wanted to do. And then the other change is to, I forget the exact name of it, but there's another electric vehicle purchase fund, if you will, I guess, and there's a rebate program. And these are changes to the rebate program. There's a number of different changes here. I think, whoops, there we go. The primary change is to limit eligibility for an electric vehicle rebate to certain battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating 6,000 pounds or less, but it provides that if funds are available, the trust may extend rebate eligibility to medium duty and heavy duty electric vehicles. So I know that's a lot, and perhaps I can send this amendment out. I can answer any questions, certainly.
Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Dan, for running everybody through that and getting us up to speed. I think if I could just have like a couple of quiet minutes to make sure I got the version control in hand, because there's just been a lot of emails on this one bill flying around in the last little while, then I would be comfortable moving forward with it probably. But I just want to, if I could have the opportunity to circle back with you all this afternoon even, that would be helpful.
Okay. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, our request along the same lines here. We're happy to vote this out today. Just want to chew on it a little more now that we got the amendment. So if this is something we can do when we come back, we'll be ready.
Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to table.
Is there a second to that tabling? Representative Wadsworth. Okay, all those in favor of tabling? Looks like it's unanimous. Any opposed? Okay. So I believe that brings us to where what we have to do before lunch. And the plan is to come back at 2 o'clock to do Senator Bennett's bill, 1484, and work on that, and anything else that we might be able to deal with, including 1555 and this bill we just dealt with. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Just to let people know, I think 1659 we had thought, just for information of people watching, we had thought was a potential to work on today, but Representative Ziegler has asked for some additional time to work on the language for that. And if I've got the number right, that's the one we refer to the accelerator, Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator. So he's requested some additional time to work on that. So that will not be taken up today. That will be taken up tomorrow. Is there anything else or any other questions from the committee? We're going to break till 2 o'clock, and we will take up the two bills we tabled, as well as Senator Bennett's bill, and anything else we feel we're ready to go on. Questions? No hands? Okay, turn off your video and mute your mics. Just an FYI, there's a UPS delivery. I don't know if you're expecting anything. Yeah. Okay, how's everybody doing? And who have we gotten back? So far, Representative Foster as always, and Representative Carlo. Dan's here. Representative Berry is here. And Representative Wood.
And Representative Ziegler.
I already got you, but you do double, you get double mention. Representative Foster, do you want to wait for Representative Wadsworth?
I think he's right there.
Okay, good. So I think we got enough to begin. Did you, Nathan, have a chance to caucus on the ones that were tabled? Okay. So why don't we go back to LD 1555? And remind me, Dan, what was the motion on the floor?
It was ought to pass. I was going to raise my hand that because it is an appropriation, it will have a fiscal note. So just under the understanding that it will be ought to pass as amended at a minimum to incorporate a fiscal note.
Okay, and everybody understood that? Any other debate or discussion? Are we ready for the vote? Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
All right, so the motion was ought to pass for LD 1555, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence, yes. Senator Vitelli? Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart? Senator Stewart is also absent. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy? Representative Cuddy? Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon? Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo?
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No.
And Representative Carlo is a no. Is there a motion to go along with the opposition?
Ought not to pass.
Perfect, thank you. So that is 6 in favor, 3 against, and 4 absences.
So the motion carries. Was there anyone, did Representative Kessler have a chance to vote? You did? Okay.
You did.
Thank you. And what was the other one we tabled? Refresh my memory. Someone?
347.
347. Are we ready to take that up?
I think the sponsor had requested that we wait on that.
And is that Representative Grochowski who's the sponsor? And I thought we were waiting till after the break. Do you want more time?
Yes.
Okay. We'll give you more time. So do we have Senator Bennett here yet?
I will say that Senator Bennett and Commissioner Johnson.
I see them there.
Oh, excellent.
Yep. Since I saw Senator Bennett for a minute, so he's being beamed in. So we're ready to do this. Have we had a report back on this, either Dan to the committee? Have we done a work session on this yet?
No.
Okay, so why don't we first start off with your report, if you have one. Do you have one, or are we doing it on the fly?
No.
Okay.
We're doing it retro.
We're going retro. Okay. So we'll go, does everybody remember the bill and what it does? Do we need some little briefing on?
Well, so I would note the amendment that's being proposed replaces the bill entirely. So unless there's interest in the original bill, I'm not sure there's a need to dwell on it.
Okay. So do we have the amendment, and then I'll have somebody go through it with us. Can we share the screen?
I did send it out, but it looks like Representative Kessler did have a question.
Yep, Representative Kessler.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to request if, as we go through the amendment, if we could also describe what is similar and what's different between the old and the new versions. I'd much appreciate that.
That would be great. So if we could share the amendment, and then who worked on the amendment? Was it Senator Bennett and Commissioner Johnson?
Correct.
Did you both? So do you want to select between you, kind of who walks us through the amendment?
Sure, I think we could both do that and fill in the gaps for each other. That's what I would
Right.
suggest. And good to be with you, by the way, Senator Lawrence.
Thank you. Good to see you.
So do we?
We're doing a screen share, Dan, if we could do that.
Did you want me to share it? Sorry.
Yeah, if you could.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, Senator Lawrence, if I may just make a very short introductory statement and just say, I want to say a big thank you to Commissioner Johnson, Governor Mills, who, as you remember, testified personally on this bill before your committee. I want to also thank the co-sponsors who are the chairs of the legislature's Broadband Caucus, as well as the Broadband Coalition, all very supportive of our efforts here. And I want to just acknowledge them and say thank you for all the hard work.
Great. So why don't you start off, Senator Bennett?
Okay. So the first new piece is right in front of you, the emergency preamble. We believe that it's critically important for the authority to get going as quickly as possible, because we are probably, if not today, in any day soon, going to be in receipt of about $129 million from the federal government as part of the American Recovery Project Act, or whatever it's called, that is earmarked to the state of Maine for broadband. And so getting this agency going as soon as possible is critical. And Commissioner Johnson, if you have something to add, please feel free. And also, Mr. Chairman, if you would prefer, we just pause, and if I don't know how you want to handle any questions along the way, but we're happy to do them as they come.
So I'll just ask people as they have a question on each section, just to raise your hand, and I'll see you on the screen.
We've also, the previous version that you saw didn't actually have a nest in statute, and we worked with Mr. Tartikoff and his strong abilities to actually call this the connectivity infrastructure and to find it a home in Title 35A, Chapter 95. And there it sits, sitting next to the existing statute for the Connect Main Authority. Commissioner Johnson, do you recall any changes in the definition section?
There were changes in that section. The advanced technology infrastructure did have an and it should have had an or. So there is a change there, potentially not pertinent necessarily to the committee, but pertinent to the industry. So I think that appears to be fixed in this. So thank you.
Yeah. We next go to the state connectivity goals section. These are, I think they're pretty much the same as the original version. And then we get down to the meat of it, which is the creation of the Main Connectivity Authority, 9404. There, first of all, there's language that says the authority is established as a quasi-independent state entity. The first sentence kind of defines what it is and that it will be performing essential governmental functions. And then the membership of the authority is listed there. Since this version that we're looking at, we've had further conversations with stakeholder groups, and we've had further review of existing statutes for other similar entities. And we've provided Dan just a short while ago some suggestions there in terms of the membership. Both on the ex officio side and the 7 members appointed by the governor. It's typical in these kinds of agencies to give a little bit more definition to the members to be appointed by the governor. And Commissioner Johnson might go through what the current thinking is about that section. And again, we've provided that to Dan, and you know, we could we'll be turning that into proper form.
Yeah, I think that the concept there would be to make sure that we have the right expertise on the board to support the operations of the entity. So finding, so we have the recommendation would be 3 individuals with technical skills in telecommunications. So including but not limited to network design, operations, and middle mile. 1 individual representing Maine communities to make sure that we have the community voice there. 1 individual that represents banks or financing and lending institutions or has banking experience, because we think the financial structure of these deals will be complex and that would be helpful. 1 individual with experience in the education system needs. So that could be K-12, it could be community college system or higher ed, other higher eds. And 1 individual with experience in telehealth delivery and system needs, because the system needs for telehealth are different than the delivery mechanism and the usage. And so trying to delineate there and make sure that you have some breadth of how you would get that type of support. And then the ex officio recommendations are the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development or designee, the state CIO or designee, the Finance Authority of Maine CEO or designee. Again, back to the concept of the financial structure of these deals, and then the University of Maine Chancellor or designee.
Then we move to the terms. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. May I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Kessler.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to look at these side by side with the first bill, and I was wondering, in the original bill, bear with me, please. So the board of directors was from all over the place, like somebody from the PUC, and so it seems like it's shifted from including those folks, but now they're all appointed by the governor. I'm wondering was there a particular reason for that? Like what was the reason for the change from the original type of makeup to how it's being done now?
Yeah, so Representative Kessler, thank you for that. There are 4 ex officio members, and that continues. And I first of all, apologies because there's 2 layers of confusion here. There's the original LD 1484, which was printed. Then there was the second version, which was presented at the public hearing. And so I'm not exactly sure which one you're looking at. So this is yet the third version of this measure. But the 4 ex officio members would continue as ex officio members. However, the makeup has changed slightly, basically thinking that the Public Utilities Commission chair as a regulatory body may not be appropriate. And so but that finance capability is critical. So in that ex officio group of 4, we've swapped out the chair of the PUC with the CEO of FAME. Then those 7 other members would be, as Commissioner Johnson just described, would be better defined as to the expertise that we'd be looking for. So the whole board is 11.
Any follow-up, Representative Kessler? Okay. Why don't you continue, Senator?
Okay, I see Representative Berry may have a question.
Oh, Representative Berry does have a question.
He's muted though.
Thank you for your patience. I just wonder, could we go back up to the ex officio members?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to be clear what's meant here. So FAME came out and the chair of the PUC went in. Is that what happened?
No, just the reverse. But you do not see that change in here in the document that is being reviewed right now.
Okay.
It's the one from several days ago. And in the current one, the PUC chair would be removed and it would be replaced by the FAME CEO.
I see that. I understood it backwards. Excellent. Thank you for the clarification.
The terms and reappointments was changed slightly to make sure that we had a rotating group rather than all coming in and going off at the same time. I don't know if there's any real substantive changes in the next bits there, remote participation, quorum, et cetera. I believe most of that is the same. We get down to powers and duties of the authority. These are mostly consonant with the version, I think they're wholly consonant with the version that last given to the committee. Am I right about that, Commissioner?
You are. Dan just got them organized and listed in the appropriate fashion and some other things. So they might be in a little bit different order, but the content is very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Tartikoff did a fabulous job as usual in tidying up our work.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Kessler.
Thank you. This is a question based on my limited understanding of certain areas of the law about suing and the power of the state. But could you go back up to number 1 in this section? The power to sue and be sued. Isn't it the case that there are that the government can in fact not be sued because that is an inherent power of the state? And I believe this is with tort claims. Is this so? Am I conflating 2 separate aspects of law, or are they related? This might be a Mark Lawrence question.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer it. The state can always be sued. There is a Torts Claims Act that protects the state from personal injury type suits, and it protects it up to a certain dollar amount. But the state can also be sued for contracts, for, all different kinds of things without limit.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Dan, if you don't mind going back up to officers and quorum, I'm just a little bit slower than everybody else, it appears. But I'm just questioning, it says 7 members constitute a quorum, but also an affirmative vote of 7 members is necessary for any action taken by the authority. So that's actually one more than a majority. And I wonder if that was intentional or if it was an error, perhaps.
I was
6 would
working
be a
late
majority.
last night.
What was that? You were working late last night?
Yeah, you may be right. I'll take a look at that. A quorum is intended to be a simple majority.
And separately, the affirmative vote of 7 to take any action. I think also that's the part that really was more important to me, that be a majority.
Right, it's simply stipulating what a quorum is for the purposes of a vote, presumably for holding a meeting too. But I'll double check that.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent catch, Representative Grochowski.
Representative Kessler?
This is a question. If Dan, would you be able to send the previous amended version of 1484 back to the top of our inboxes? I'm having trouble finding it.
Not so easily when I'm screen sharing.
Okay.
Is Deirdre on? Maybe she could do it.
Deirdre, Jordan, Bueller.
I'll try to find it. I don't have it handy, but I'll try to find it.
Okay.
Again, powers and duties is something to linger over because they're important. Again, not to reiterate public testimony, but the point here is to create an organization that has the muscularity in order to get the job done. And so these are powers and a toolkit, if you will, that the current Connect Maine Authority doesn't have. There's in 9406 is the power to issue bonds. That is not changed. (9407) relates to the bonding. And I don't think that, by the way, that there's any real anticipation of a need to issue bonds in the near future. This is just available optionality for the authority. I think in the short run, with $150 million to allocate and to deploy, it will keep this authority quite busy.
Senator Bennett, the tax component was just a miss last time. We didn't include the exemption from that being taxable, so that's in there, which is just a new piece, but it was a miss on the prior amendment.
Collection of data is the next section, 9408. There may be some new language here. Is there not, Commissioner? Or no?
No, I believe Mr. Tarkoff got that all set. Thank you. And really the concept of this is to make sure that there is real clarity between what between financial documents that providers may share as part of the operating model negotiation work, and that some of that can be protected, or as communities might potentially share information as well. It allows for that information to be held private.
Which will trigger this being sent over for review by the Judiciary Committee. Then we get to 9409, which is legislative oversight report to the committee. There's an annual report that this authority will be providing, presumably to this committee, as it goes about its work. And the specifics of what the report includes is there in number 1. There's also number 2, which is a sunset review, which means that in 2030, 9 years hence, the authority will report to the legislature about how it's doing with its overall job, whether it's fulfilled its purpose, whether it should be continued, whether it should be transformed. I think this is kind of a rarity in governmental creations, to actually have a moment in time picked out that says, you know, how do we do, and what's needed in the future, and is it necessary to continue in the current form for whatever this for the work of the agency. So that is in there with descriptions about what that report would provide to tee up a legislative conversation about that. And then we get to, I see Representative Cuddy has a question.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Senator. It is, but it would take an affirmative action of the legislature at that point to make the authority go away.
Yes, it is not a true sunset provision that says this authority ends on this date. It is a review. And, you know, there may be, there likely will be continuations of projects or other work, and we wouldn't want to cause disruption midstream, and particularly if there are outstanding bonds that need to be dealt with, et cetera. So I think a review here is more appropriate than an outright ending of the authority. But the legislature will be presented with the question and will have the information to act upon it. (9410) liberal construction. I rarely called a liberal, so I can't talk to this.
I'm very pleased to see you supporting something that's liberal.
Then we get to Then we get to the question of Dan. I think I'm correct that Section 2 here deals with the relationship between the Connectivity Authority and the Connect Main Authority. Am I right? Yeah. So this is also a matter of some conversation, and it's the intention here is that the Connect Main Authority will at some point in the future become part of the Main Connectivity Authority. But it's critical that right now they're doing a round of grants in the Connect Main Authority. We want it to be clear to all the participants that that continues. We don't want that disrupted by the building of this new authority. So it would be working side by side, building the new Main Connectivity Authority. Connect Main will continue doing its important work, and then at the appropriate moment, when the MCA is ready to receive it, the Connect Main Authority would be moved over into it, and its workload would become part of this new authority. Commissioner Johnson, you may have some things to add there.
I think you covered it great, Senator. Thank you. The intent, right, is there will be some things that they can share, and where they can share information and tools and resources, they should do that. But we do want to keep the Connect Main Authority operating as we kind of build out these financial assets and tools. We need them to keep working, and then in parallel as we do this other work. So that's why you see that like that.
Thank you. Representative Kessler, you had a question?
Yeah, I think you mostly just answered it just now. My primary question was, it seemed like this new amendment is because you need to, have this separate charge of establishing this financial entity, this corporate entity, and the Connect Main Authority was where this was living under before. Is that correct?
That's right. And my original bill that you're looking at, 1484, just expanded the Connect Main Authority. That became problematic when you realize that they have a lot of work going on, and we didn't want to disrupt that. So we've taken this different approach to build this separately and then bring it over. And it's actually more elegant because it's just creates less confusion, and it's very clear without getting into the operational issues that doing it the way the original LD 1484 would have.
May I ask a different question, Mr. Chair?
Right ahead.
I was wondering if we could just chew on the liberal construction language again, because legislative intent is everything, right? And I was just wondering if we could just look at this and if you could explain it in a little bit more detail.
I'm really not the best person to do this, probably. Either Commissioner John, maybe even Mr. Tartikoff. I don't know, Dan, if you have views on that language and as it relates to other statutes.
I can maybe help you out a little bit, Representative Kessler. This is a general in a lot of contracts and legislation. You'll see liberal construction language, and that essentially just says to the judge that if we've messed up the language in some way that it doesn't really work, you're allowed to liberally construe it to continue the intent of the legislation. So if for some reason a conflict or something is created the way this statute works, they're to look at the intent of the legislation in interpreting how to deal with that conflict.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence.
Representative Cuddy?
Thank you, Senator. So Senator Bennett, looking at the section 2, the statutory review section, I got over my confusion between the Maine Connectivity Authority and the Connect Maine Authority, and it looks as though the report and review would suggest what should happen to the Connect Maine Authority. It's not necessarily so that it would become subsumed into the Maine Connectivity Authority. Is that correct?
It's written in that way so that the legislature can have oversight, but it is that's the intention.
The intent is that it would eventually become.
Yes.
So then going back to I'm sorry, may I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Moving back to the sunset review, then the legislature at that time would be taking into account in the report not only whether or not they wanted to continue the Maine Connectivity Authority, but the Connect Maine Authority at that time as well, because it would be subsumed into this entity, most likely.
Right. Looking at this, there's a lot of detail in the existing statute relating to the Connect Maine Authority. And honestly, we did not have time to sort out all of the details relating to how the Connect Maine Authority would be transformed into a part of this agency. And so we thought it best, given the legislative schedule, to park that with the intentionality of doing it, but actually giving some time for this agency to be created, and then the current Connect Maine Authority to be absorbed, and just have this committee as well as the full legislature review that in January.
Representative Kessler?
Thank you very much. This is a question for Commissioner Johnson, and it is under the collection of data section about confidential information. And I know one of the biggest problems that we've been having in terms of broadband planning is just not having access to, where everything is at, where are the wires, what is happening out there, and a lot of it's been deemed proprietary for the sake of competition in the marketplace. So, and it seems to keep that. And I'm wondering, how is this, in your opinion, how is this language driving with how Connect Maine is doing their work, and how municipalities would interact with this new authority in trying to implement broadband projects in their borders?
So thank you for the question, Representative Kessler. I'd say, let me take a swing at it and see if I answer your question. If not, we can keep going down this path, because there's no one answer to your question, right? Where infrastructure exists today has been an ongoing challenge. I will say there are a couple of providers that have, come to the table and shared their information, which has been incredibly helpful. And as we continue to go forward, right, we received a grant from Northern Border Regional Commission to buy a knowledge platform, which also has other infrastructure information in it. That information is helpful as you look at kind of these build outs going forward. So that's one piece of information. The other piece of information is dramatically different than what Connect Maine does right now, is you would look at different financial tools as you look at these projects. So we could partner with providers on, on a revolving loan fund, on other ways to support the capital stack of the build that potentially could have a return into, so they would pay that back, as opposed to it all just going out as grant money, right? And the deal is over. There's an opportunity with this new entity, as Senator Bennett has it drafted, that would allow the authority to do things like patient capital lending or equity positioning. And what that will do is allow some of those funds to come back in and be repurposed back out again for affordable internet expansion. So it's really important to be able to sit at the table and negotiate business models, right? Providers have a business model they need to hit, and knowing kind of where those lines are, what the operating models look like versus the capital investment needs. All of that is very confidential information and very obviously sensitive information that we would need to be able to understand and see in order to be able to effectively implement that. So as part of this public-private partnership work, which is really what this is, we would need to be able to hold some information confidential.
Any follow-up, Representative Kessler?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Why don't you continue, Senator Bennett?
So that leads us to the summary, and I'm pleased that we were able to get all of this good work done in 10 pages for your reading pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You can take down the screen share.
There was one other thing that you might have been intended to highlight. There was reference made to the ARPA funds, and I believe that at the recommendation of, was it the budget office, there was language added here in the powers and duties regarding the acceptance of federal funds or federal assistance.
Yes.
So I don't think there's an anticipation there would be any appropriation in this bill, but it would authorize the new entity to accept those funds.
Yes, sections 13 and 14. Paragraphs. Thank you, Dan, for that.
Great. What is the pleasure of the committee regarding this legislation? Representative Foster.
Sorry, late again. If I could, I have a question for anyone who can answer. In looking at this structure and assuming that the board, for instance, are not volunteers, do we have any estimate on what the administration costs might look like for this, and where would those funds be coming from?
So there would be, the intent would be that the board is volunteer. Most of the quasi boards in Maine are volunteer. So there isn't a financial, that's not a financial impact. The operating funds, again, you would probably have some small number of staff. You would need some contracted experts because some of this has very specific expertise as it works its way through the process. Our understanding is we don't have final treasury rules yet on this funding, but our understanding is that these federal funds would be able to be allocated for that. Certainly we would be very, I would say, expeditious about how we use those funds, but they would pay for the staff and consultants as needed.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a follow-up, I just want to make sure the employees of this authority would be state employees.
They would not. They would be employees of the authority itself, which is the advantage of kind of spinning out a quasi. As an example, employees of the Maine Turnpike Authority or employees of MTI or employees of those organizations and not state employees. It gives them the opportunity to be a little bit more nimble and kind of move more quickly and adapt to the market needs.
Thank you.
Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Bennett, Commissioner Johnson, for
excellent bill and the excellent presentation of the amendment to the amendment. And I just wanted to question how you see this new entity intersecting with our electrical utilities. I think there's a fascinating opportunity for smart grid technologies, demand reduction, and connectivity to work together in synergy. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to where, where that happens. Is there any structural connection that's sort of woven into this, or should we just look to promote that dialogue, or how do you see that happening?
Commissioner, you want to start?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I agree with you, Representative Berry, that there are real opportunities there as we think about strengthening and evolving kind of the energy grid and what that looks like going forward, that that will need fiber assets to run, that to build those fiber connections while somebody's already building fiber connections is significantly cheaper than building them from scratch. So absolutely, the more we can kind of leverage existing builds other places, I think the authority would absolutely try to do that. And I think one of the changes for this new authority is the ability to be proactive and kind of build out in a much more thoughtful way, as opposed to filling and plugging holes, because this authority now will have funds that are clear for the next couple of years and give them the strength to kind of be at the table and think about how you build out. As you're doing that, you'd certainly look at other work going on in those same places. And that could be even a factor in how you think about those builds going forward.
Great.
Senator Berry?
Yeah, I think the part of what brought it up to me was that the PUC chair was in the earlier draft, but is not in this one, and that was a natural connection point. Maybe we just I don't want to overbuild the board. I think there's a danger in putting too many cooks in the kitchen, but I just wanted to flag that and try to make sure that there's some structural connection there. No pun intended.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Berry. I think it's a really good point. We can certainly think about how do you intentionally connect kind of the PUC and this organization in a meaningful way.
That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bennett, I may be off because we've seen so many different bills the last couple of weeks, but I don't have the original bill in front of me, but I was thought in the original bill there was an opportunity for this authority to own facilities, cable. And it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, the real question is there anything in this bill that still allows that? It doesn't appear to be, but I may be missing something.
Yes, it's under 9405, number 4, acquire real or personal property. I think that would capture the ability to own such network kind of components. I don't think there's a desire for this agency to do that, but there may be places where it is expedient to do that. And the main point here is that is to fill in the gaps, the nooks and crannies, as I call them. And I expect that the private sector actors, the incumbents and other network builders are going to be the people that would be the go-to for that, for owning the assets and all that. But I think it is really important to have the option, if necessary, for this agency to do that, maybe even on a bridge basis, for temporarily or something like that, as this whole network gets built out. Because in my view, we've got a great opportunity, really. And what we also have, we want to do this. We want to do it fast, swiftly. And I don't want any impediment to stand in the way of getting rural Maine in particular covered with high-speed broadband as soon as possible. So I think that's an important piece of it. And I think I've got the right citation.
Senator Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Senator Bennett, I guess as a follow-up, just to make sure I didn't miss something else, in going through this, I don't see a provision for any monies, funds in lieu of property taxes in this. Is that correct?
I think you're correct.
Do we have any estimate of what that might be from anyone? Obviously, you don't. You just stated you don't think there'll be much ownership, but I don't know. I guess we wouldn't. There's no way you'd know that, or anyone would know that.
It's difficult to say at the present time. I think maybe that's something to look at in future as it develops. Certainly, it's an issue of some concern in a lot of municipalities.
Senator Grochowski.
Thank you. And not to put you on the spot, Senator Lawrence, but I'm aware that you had a bill in taxation related to tax, but I can't remember if it was property or income for build out in areas that were underserved. I don't know if we want to go down that path, but
It was for income tax and essentially allowed an income tax credit for them to finance the building out through an income tax credit in the future.
okay, different than property tax.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. What's the committee's pleasure regarding the bill? Representative Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a great bill. I want to say thank you to the sponsor and Commissioner Johnson in particular for taking the ball and running with it, creating this amendment that we have before us today. I think some of the things that we heard verbally today will be ironed out for language review by our analyst. So I would like at this time to move the bill ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Ziegler. Any debate or discussion? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say that although especially needful are the folks in my area that I represent of high-speed internet access, and I know that that's true in a lot of rural areas in the state, I am very concerned about what appears to be an expansion of state government, although it's a quasi-governmental entity. And I would certainly support these monies that are one-time monies coming from the Fed going to Connect Maine, the structure we currently have. And I would certainly support a request from them for appropriate increase in headcount to help manage those funds while they exist. But I'm afraid that I will not be able to support this bill. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Dan?
Just to be clear, does the motion include those changes to the board that were described?
I believe it does. Representative Berry, does it?
It does.
Any other debate or discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Berry?
I'd like to move to table for 10 minutes.
Representative Berry moves to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Grochowski. All those in favor of tabling? Any opposed? It's 2 opposed. Okay, we're tabling. Are we going to a caucus?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could mute yourself and stop your video, and we'll caucus for till 3 o'clock. Okay, I think the witching hour is here. So we are at 3 o'clock. How many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. We have 7, but it looks like the Republicans are still caucusing. So why don't we give them a minute to get back? Hi, Steve. Are you guys done caucusing? Yep, looks like you are. Okay. Looks like we have a quorum back, and the motion before the committee, excuse me, is ought to pass. As amended on LD, is it 1424, 1484? Any other debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
All right, so the motion is, excuse me, is ought to pass as amended for LD 1484, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo.
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. Is there a motion of those in opposition?
I think Senator Vitelli is here now, too.
Yes. Senator Vitelli, would you like to register your vote?
Oops. Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes.
And I think the question was the minority. What's the report going to be?
Ought to pass as amended. We would, I would keep the bill title, strip the bill, designate that the ARP funds go to Connect Maine Authority, the present authority, to increase broadband coverage in rural and underserved areas in Maine. And I'll work with Dan to get that cleaned up a little bit when he puts it together. Thank you.
Dan?
So we've had, in our office across multiple committees, we've had a variety of proposals to try to tap the ARP funds. And I'm not sure anyone's figured out a way to do that yet. It's not clear how they're coming in. Some committees are sort of creating shell funds that could accept the money. But I'm not sure it's possible to put those monies in. I know in other proposals we've had, we've put a sort of a placeholder in a general fund appropriation because they may very well come in as a general fund appropriation. Or I think I'm also hearing about maybe a governor's bill that will come in the future, but I'm not sure there is a way to specify those ARP funds are going to be used for that purpose.
So we'll leave you guys to work it out in the minority report. And then when it comes back for language review, you can tell us how you figured it out.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Or if you see the brilliance of our way. So good. So the motion ought to pass as amended by the majority prevails. Anything else we need to do right now? Dan?
Well, I know, I think Senator Bennett hinted at this, but because the majority report on 1484 includes those confidentiality provisions, it will need to have a judiciary review. I understand judiciary because I have to do some other reviews for ENR. I understand they're going to be doing them next week. So I'll prepare the necessary memo to request that review, and I'll send it to you all for review. And then I will keep you posted on when that will happen, because it's usually nice to have someone come with me to face the firing squad.
Representative Cuddy is volunteering to go to the firing squad.
That is
Representative
not.
Cuddy? Anything else?
Just a question of process, actually.
Yes.
So we did have this happen once in Labor and Housing last session, but I don't remember what effectively happens. There's a hearing in front of judiciary. If they determine it's inappropriate, do we have to rework the bill?
So the judiciary review process is required by law to occur before the bill is enacted. Typically, it occurs before it's reported out of committee, or else it makes it difficult to consider any recommendations that judiciary may have. But judiciary's recommendation is purely advisory. The policy committee can choose to accept it and make changes, or can reject it. Assuming that the time frame works out, I think we'd expect to have that review done and hold on to the bill without reporting it out. But if it takes a while to get feedback from judiciary, and we're at the end of next week and the bill's ready to go, and we've done language review, there's nothing that would prevent it from leaving committee before the review is completed. And really all that has to be done is the review has to be requested and completed. So at the review, typically the judiciary members will take a vote and run through a checklist of criteria for determining whether or not they should approve the exception. And once they take a vote on it, before we get any formal feedback from them, we could report it out if necessary. So I do understand that the time frame is of some concern at this point, but there's a lot of these reviews that are happening in the next week or two.
Thank you.
Anything else? So as for tomorrow, we will be starting at 9. The break this afternoon is a time, there's a lot of background work that needs to be done on a lot of these remaining bills. One of the things we're going to be working on is I'm going to ask Deirdre or Dan to help me with coming up with a list of the items we're talking about carrying over, so we can present that back to the committee tomorrow and have those votes. But I'm asking all the committee members who are working on their bills or working on a bill to do the work tonight, this afternoon and this evening, to try to get them ready so we can deal with them tomorrow. And there will be a break during the day tomorrow for the NEB committee to go away and do its things so it can report back to the whole committee. So we will have an NEB meeting tomorrow to finalize our work, our report back to the whole committee. Have I forgotten anything else, Deirdre or Dan?
No, this is the first I'm hearing about the NEB subcommittee meeting. So I was just curious if there's a time frame that you want to advertise that for people, or, just anytime tomorrow afternoon is up for grabs or anything like that.
So while I get Steve, Trey, Nicole, and Seth and I here, would 2 o'clock be good? Or if you have another time you want?
That's fine with me.
Would it be possible to do 1? I have a 2 o'clock commitment. I could move it if I'm the only one that's got a conflict.
Nope, let's do 1.
Okay.
That's fine.
And as an aside from that, would it be possible to have either Deirdre or Dan send out an updated list tonight of all the bills that we do have left, so that we can
That would be great.
probably this evening?
Yeah, it might take a few minutes for it to update into the LEAP system, but once that's updated, I'll get that revised list out.
Thank you. And
Is
with that,
someone out there getting arrested now?
Sending
heard a
them all
siren.
your way to take care of you.
Okay.
I took my mask down for a minute. They're coming for me.
Representative Kessler.
Thanks. I was just wondering, when it comes to all of the language reviews that we're going to have to do, how are you envisioning that looking? When will we have just a day next week that we're going to do language reviews, or?
Possibly. I think that's an idea, and one which we will explore with Dan and Deirdre for whatever works best with their schedule. This time of the year and this part of the session is very, very difficult on them because we're making a lot of decisions, and every little decision we make creates a lot of work for them. So we have to allow them time enough to catch up. So I think you may be right, Chris. We may have a day next week when we just sit down and do a bunch of language reviews. Any other questions, thoughts? Okay, everybody, let's get our work done and